Good job, King.
So fucking big. I'm sorry, my dude, but you're huge.
How you guys doing this fine evening? Oh man. What do we have here? A little D2R. D2R dub on account of the warlock. Kahi thinks of the tier 144. Big. True. Drawing triangles on the ground and cleaning up the base. It's basically what I'll be doing as well. We will both be doing that, for I have a fire warlock. ready to do cows forever, interspersed with other things when it becomes too menial. Trying to get those ethereal bases. I need to make a fortitude. I don't have one on base lord. Trying to make a fortitude for heavy magic over here. And trying to get 90 on Truth Nukem. Retorious Things with Bits. Dear Canada, what the fuck is a kilometer? Miles, inches, feet, burgers, school buses, blue whales, football fields. USA, USA, USA. Hey, anyway. Hey, all right. Anyway, sports. Goddamn, CJ. In the future, VOD watchers are going to think that I told you, hey, nice blog, but they will be wrong. It was actually a robot with a new type of spam I hadn't seen before. Very long. No website address in it. But I fucking love the World of Warcraft Chinese meat. They're so good. Liquefied horse, hopeful band speedrun, 5 big cucumbers, angry paladins. 182-day hammer, split slavery activated helpers online, Great Wall of Fractalus against Walmart. It's so fucking good. Oh, I love the Chinese copy pasta. Them shits always get me. The Cowboys of Moo Mesa. Hot green plum tea, HeyWoah streaming, building Necrons. What more could you want on a Monday night? Well, winning lottery ticket, goth GF, you know, you can dream, but let's keep our dreams attainable, shall we? Made myself a hot chalky. Wanted one, made one. It's that simple. Long chicken, but it's twice as long. God damn. Chilling in Westfall, killing some harvest golems. Oh, shit. Are you doing the food quest where you have to collect the little hogs, like intestines and stuff, and the drop rate kind of sucks on some of them? What is it, okra? That kind of thing. Generally too long of a quest chain with too few drops to adequately do it if you're kind of like speeding through. But it's a good one for XP. Already done. Oh, easy. It was tragic, but it's done. Yeah, we just sat down. Who starts with such a thing? I'm going to put some music on in the background that will DMCA the channel. Hope you don't mind. Let me get my boys out. The friends. As you can see, I have not yet gotten any warlock skillers. We're on Geeds and Flame Rift. An old Flame Rift, not a new one. Haven't found enough of the special guys in the Terror Zone to be able to find any new ones yet. Oh, actually, I do have one warlock skiller, but it is for the Eldritch tree, which is just as well because Echoing Strike is like the best build you can be on a warlock. Although I rather like the Fire Warlock. I think it's going to remain true. Like, the first time I ever saw the Warlock fire skills, I'm like, there's a noticeable delay, you know? Even on the straight ones, right? There's a noticeable delay on their abilities, which probably puts a hard cap on how good the Fire Warlock really is. There's also some strange line of sight issues. It feels like the pentagram on the ground here. It feels kind of like the BFG, okay, from Doom 1, where if you put it down and then you get out of line of sight, it like doesn't damage stuff. It has some sort of weird line of sight thing to it, which really complicates things when you're in tight quarters a lot of the time. So, like, there's just enough, you know, we'll put a delay on stuff. There's some line of sight issues. There's kind of a delay on all your abilities. Sort of the inverse of a fire druid, where you cast your spell right away and then you get a little cooldown before you can cast the next one. Whereas, you kind of have both a little bit on a fire warlock. Anyway, you're still pretty strong though, and makes a big funny pentagram. Like, that's cool. It's cool looking. Pierces fire immunities slightly. There we go. New class wouldn't be complete without a few bugs. Yeah, no big deal. Part of the reasons that what is it called? Not Echoing Strike. I always forget the name of it. Oh no, it is Echoing Strike. Well, what's this one called then? Mirror Blades. Okay. Anyway, part of the reason Echoing Strike is so OP is because it doesn't accrue durability, even though it should. Which means you get to use ethereal weapons. As if you were a mercenary. And an even bigger reason why it's OP is because it hits automatically. You don't have to care about attack rating. That's really to me, that's the main thing with Echoing Strike. Not having to care about attack rating means that you can just slop in all the best in slot everything without a care in the world for using like attack rating rings or, you know, whatever, what have you. You just don't have to care about that. It would make gearing a lot more restrictive when they fix that bug. And I believe that one is a bug. The two I just talked about, the ethereal thing and the other thing, I think they're both bugs. The Patriarch. That being said, I wonder if they're going to do anything. I really thought, that they were going to do balance updates before the league started. You know, like release the new class, 1 million people will play it, they'll find out, you know, if there's any bugs or whatever, and then they'll update it for the league. And they released it, 1 million people played it, found a bunch of bugs and stuff. And they're just like, nah, fuck it, have fun. It's fine, just be OP for a while. Very surprising to me. Future balance concerns. Bind Demon is simply overpowered, like it's an overpowered ability. I think it's fine for characters to have abilities that are overpowered, you know? Like that's okay in a vacuum. You're not trying to make the most balanced game ever. Every class deserves at least a little something that's a claim to fame and maybe legitimately overpowered. You know, Barbarian is able to double his loot from monsters that matter by shouting at the corpse. Nobody else can do that. It's overpowered. And yet the Barbarian is like arguably the weakest class, even though he has that. So I feel like it's fine. However, Warlock is not in danger of being the weakest class, even if Bind Demon wasn't a 1-point wonder that gave you the best mercenary in the game and another aura. That's strong. I'm going to enjoy that one while it lasts, and it might last for 20 years. We'll see. Jewel. Increased attack speed, 9 mana. Almost. We got half of it. With those blue jewels, you're looking for 15 IAS and something. Fire resistance is pretty nice on a 15 increased attack speed jewel. And give that to a mercenary with Andariel's Visage to counteract the negative to... to counteract the negative to the FR he would get otherwise from wearing that. Bunch of other stuff as well. I still haven't found the ideal druid hat. Someday. Although my problem with druid is I've played druid forever, and I wouldn't say I exclusively played druid. I got a paladin, I got a barbarian, you know. But now that I'm trying this new class this class is good, right? And Druid fucking sucks. But Druid sucking is fine. As long as, like, you know, you get yourself an Enigma, 163 faster cast rate. You don't play good. You don't play any, like, good classes, so you have nothing to compare it to, and then Druid's pretty fun. My problem is now I've tasted what it's like to play a good class Warlock. And so will I ever go back to Druid? I wonder. Or is it ruined for me forever? Only time will tell. It might be ruined forever, I don't know. Look, everybody's got to grow up sometime. Pick up blue amulets on the off chance they have +3 to skills, because rare amulets cannot roll +3 to skills. The max they can roll is 2. And in this game, it's actually very interesting. There is a reason for blue items to exist, and or even be used sometimes, is that blue items can technically roll higher on certain affixes that you care about than rares can. So it's not just like a 100% always, you know, rare item better than magic item thing, which is kind of cool. Also, you can craft from them, supposedly, according to new datum, new leak datum. And oh yeah, I should check up on chat a little bit here. Let me scroll up. People have been talking. I've just been yapping over here. New class wouldn't be complete without new bugs. Evening chatters and chatterettes. Meow, are you today? Says Neo Kevlar. Oh, you've been playing the cat game by Meat Man? Never played Super Meat Boy, but I've watched a bunch of speedruns of it way back in the day. Pretty successful game launch, if I do say so myself. I have no interest in playing it because it's a game that seems designed exactly not for me in any way. It features cats and poop, neither of which I'm very interested in playing a game about. But I'm happy it's succeeding because one of my favorite genres of game, if not to play, but to quietly root for, one of my favorite genres of game is game made by one guy. I like that type of game, and I generally hope it succeeds when I see it. We're doing ladder or non-ladder. Right now I'm on my non-ladder. The reason being, I was busy the day ladder came out. And so, you know, now there's no rush. I have no, you know, I'm not like racing with anyone. There's no really, ooh, I got to do this quickly. All that disappeared when I was busy the day it came out. So I might as well try to get the funny thing on my guy here. I'll roll a league character eventually, a ladder. I'll probably look up what new rune words are only available on the ladder and see if there's any that interest me and roll it eventually. Which is the Terror Zone? Arcane Sanctuary. Not good for fire, for sure. More of a Echoing Strike kind of map. And also, for whatever reason, I view D2 different than like PoE 2. PoE 2, like, ladder is the game. I have no interest at all in playing a character that's not during a ladder. Like, you're just wasting your time. What's the point? You know? Or at least that's how I feel. Whereas in PoE 2, it's, oh, ladder start? Okay, the game is bad. It's like the game got re-released or something. You're almost not allowed to play it if it's not ladder, because it just feels so worthless to do. D2, I got these random characters. I've had them forever, and I'm just kind of grinding stuff. And if a ladder comes out with a rune word I want, then you know, I'll roll a character on it or whatever. I guess I'm more lackadaisical about a game this old. Anyway, our search continues. I'm looking for a 4-socket Thunder Maul that is ethereal. And the best place to look for that is the cow level. I have a pretty good weapon. Actually, I have a few pretty good weapon choices for Echoing Strike, which is just a collection of stuff that I have for other characters. That's all of his gear, basically. But I don't have that, because that's a strange weapon that no one would ever want. Normally, you would make Fortitude and Armor and give it to your mercenary. It's excellent mercenary armor. Arguably the best mercenary armor is a Fortitude. Unless you're talking about, like, Treachery or something for the proc. But Fortitude in a weapon, suddenly all the weird, interesting interactions with Warlock on Valesse, and suddenly you want cast speed and all resists and stuff on your weapon out of nowhere. I don't think I need any more blue rings, but I might as well pick them up. They'd save 50,000 gold from crafts. And I still have yet to craft the perfect dual leech blood ring. Previously for Fury Druid, now I guess for Echoing Strike Warlock. Although at the moment exactly the attack rating on it wouldn't be that useful. But in future probably will be. Hellrune. Hellrunes are kind of good for taking sockets out of stuff. Or is it repair? I can't remember. Maybe it's both. When you were but a wee youngin', you didn't really care about ladder in D2 because you had your couple of characters. You just had them forever, so you understand. Yeah. I mean, it's fun to, like, ride the wave and have access to new stuff. But I guess it sort of depends on my mood. Like when Metamorphosis came out, I'm like, oh, I gotta roll a ladder character because, you know, I got this Fury Druid in my garage that I'm tooling on, you know, sort of like the stereotypical guy from the 90s sitcom who has like a car, a roadster that he's been building for 20 years. It's like a Fury Druid for me. And finally they came out with a helmet that seems pretty good for him, and it's ladder only, and oh, okay, I'll play. You have a question that you have asked before about PoE2. Is it Drain Tank viable? Yeah. There are builds in PoE2 that do use some kind of lifesteal to stay alive. Although they're, in general, like PoE2, you're using energy shield. Like that's the defense of the game. But there are alternatives if you wish. They're all worse, but energy shield is good. I like me some drain tanking. I mean, it's classic. There isn't really a life build in PoE2, unfortunately. Or even a way to make life good. So that's a drag. But eventually I feel like the devs will crack on that one and give us some life on the tree or in a build or something. They really don't like that. It's got to be one of the... There are some things I'm detecting with PoE 2 where they're like, well, now that we get to reinvent everything, now that we get to reinvent the wheel, we don't have all this baggage from Band-Aids over the course of 10 years. And so we can finally do something that we feel the game would be better if it had or didn't have without impacting 10 years of people's PoE 1 characters, you know? And for whatever reason, they think life builds are one of those things, perhaps. I'm not sure. And maybe they have a good reason for it. I'm not certain. Oh, you mean in D2, not PoE 2? You're just asking the question about. Okay. Okay, so your question is drain tanking viable in D2? For sure, yeah, it's the main way to... If you're not a spellcaster, if you're any sort of melee or physical damage attacker, Life Leech is the way you stay alive. It's the main thing. It's the main thing in Diablo 2. If you're any kind of physical damage dealer, that is the way. Along with max resist and some % damage reduction. Yep. And if you're fighting the Ubers, some way of... Because the Ubers and the Tristram are immune to Life Leech. Some of them. I think Meph is. Meph is, maybe Bale is. I can't remember which one, or maybe it's all of them. You want gloves or some way of proccing. There's a lifesteal curse, and the curse works. It's just Life Leech doesn't. And so even in the final stages of the game when Life Leech is not allowed, you're still using a curse and essentially just dealing damage to gain life. It's great. I think I'm good here. We do some crafting. I'm collecting... So, like, blue jewels are never bad because you get to craft with them. And so you take one blue jewel, one... Doesn't have to be a ring. I just happen to be trying to craft a ring. And then perfect ruby. It depends on what you're crafting, but for me, it's perfect ruby. And you spin the wheel. This guy, though, is magic, and so we're not stealing anything. He stays alive because I have random plus life on kill and simply don't get hit. Also, this aura from Mercenary. Insight. Meditation. Meditation, I think, being... It's supposed to be like a low-level thing, and eventually you grow out of it and don't need it because you get all your mana back some other way. But this particular character never grew out of it. Luckily, because you can bind Demon, you essentially get 2 mercenaries and 2 auras. And so my little Hephaestus the Armorer guy here has the Conviction aura to reduce enemies' resistances. That's the green aura you'll see. And so I don't need to put in an infinity on my mercenary. I can use insight so that I don't have to drink potions. Who wants to drink potions all the time? Well, probably a person playing Diablo 2 because it's how you do it. Have I picked up a composite bow yet? Yes. Arterius, thanks to tier 1 to Neo Kevlar. Appreciate it. TYVM. And to Iridium 228. Oh, man. The gifties. ATY. I'm still in the stage where I'm picking up all the jewels. Because random ones are useful for crafting. But I think I've picked up enough. Like, I think we're fine now. I have something like 40 to 70 of each of them. And you can, of course, craft them up, but certain recipes need chipped and certain recipes need normal ones and stuff. So I'm just kind of keeping them how they are. God damn, it's so nice. It's so nice being able to stack these. I got rid of so many mules. Oh, it's so good. Also, Ortiz, thanks for the Latino Hot Gifter. Sniping everybody. The fastest sub in the West. Like, I just couldn't have this many. I wouldn't be able to afford to keep, you know, normal ones or flawed ones or anything. I had so many mules. For this shit. For keys that didn't stack either. For fucking runes. Like, damn. It's so nice being able to stack that stuff.
Yes.
Nobody tell Blizzard, but I probably would have paid just for the stash tabs. They fucking got me. Although I have played Diablo 2 for 25 years, so... I feel like, in retrospect, I gave them $1 a year for this expansion. Well, not expansion, DLC, I suppose. Expansion would involve acts. But $25 expansion, 25 years. Alright, here's $1 a year. I like the game. I like your game. Vicarious Visions specifically, and Blizzard North even more specifically. Damn, I can't wait for that brand new Diablo-like made by original Blizzard North people. I sure hope it's not going to follow the... There's a formula, and you guys know it. You know it, I know it. And that is, hello, I'm old man who made the best game ever 20 years ago. I've started a new studio with 10-cent money, but we're not going to say that. And we're gonna make a version of that game you like again. Oh, cool. That's nice. That's great. You guys have experience. All right. However, there's the Monkey Paw Will Curl. It will have, and I'm not kidding, the worst art and aesthetics you have ever seen in your entire fucking life. And it will ruin everything. And this has happened, this will happen, and this will continue to happen. If you're industry veterans that much, how come you don't know that art sells media? What are you doing? Any Torchlight fans? Holy. And it's always like fucking shitty and cartoony as well. Why? Why do they do this to themselves? Is Tumas the only genius among them? Who's like, what if the art was real good though? This guy's a genius. We talking about Frost Giant here? We're talking about not just Frost Giant, we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about almost every. It's like a type, like a... I'm a noticer. It's, hey, we're a bunch of old guys who are making old game just like we did back then. But here's the catch. It's gonna be so fucking ugly you can't believe it. You can't even imagine how a human could be like, no, this looks great. And then we put a bunch of really good game design in it, but no one cares, and then it flops. Yeah, make it really shitty, too. Make it cartoony and stuff. Hell yeah, perfect. Look at the Goers Brothers making Bright Shore after RuneScape. They also made RuneScape 3. I didn't know there was a second RuneScape. But I really haven't followed RuneScape at all. I can't really speak ill of RuneScape, even though I like to. Because truly, I would be, you know, the bullets would be coming from inside the house. What with my enjoyment of EverQuest, you know? And I understand that. I get it. You know, self-awareness is important. Thanks for the sub. Artorius. Oh, sniped Jupes? Dude, get shit on. For all time. And also Hammerman 40k. I missed that one. TY for the subs. Hype Train. Eye of the Beholder, but it's dusk. Oof. You mean like High Guard? No. I don't. I don't mean like High Guard. I don't know. Perhaps High Guard had good game mechanics hidden inside of it somewhere. I just didn't care. It's not my type of game. It would kind of be unfair of me. It'd be a little unfair of me to shit on High Guard too much. Just because my main complaint with it is, this is the type of game that I don't care about and hate and kind of want to fail. The, like, extraction, MOBA, PvP, team, shoot 'em, like, I don't care at all. Holy. Yeah, we don't have enough of those. Brilliant, right? Add horses. At a certain point, it feels like you're just kind of dogpiling some kid who can't defend himself. But it was a real shitty idea. And so whoever came up with the idea that that would be the game they make, I'm sure they'll get rehired and have a giant salary. Saying OSRS is getting a cow boss in 3 days? Oh, sick. Is it like, is it an actual reference to D2 getting stuff, or has a cow boss been something that all the OSRS players have really wanted over the years or something like that? Companies think they can Pixar up a classic IP and it'll draw both the old guard and the new fan base. When it turns out nobody shows up, they start blaming fans and throw more money in the shredder and do it again. Yeah, maybe. That's got to be the thought process, right? Like, hey, we're going to get the old people because of the names attached to it, and we're going to get the new people because the art will be, the art, theme, look, and feel will be incredibly shitty. And kids love that. Like, they can't get enough of bad art. Look at Pokemon, right? And so we'll truly make a game for everyone. not realizing that the old guard liked the old game originally because the art was good, and then only later discovered that the game mechanics were good and fell in love with the actual game. And the idealized version of the new player Zoomer person is like, I don't know, companies do this for a living apparently, market research and stuff, but it's wild how accurate my predictions for its failure can be, considering there's multi-million-dollar teams paid to do this research that continuously underperform me looking at it for 1 second and saying this shit sucks. Either I'm a genius and everyone on my Discord is a genius and everyone who I've heard talk about it is a genius, or there's a lot of Cruise movie, right? And then he just pays his friends $6 million each to basically do nothing and go on a cruise. And I can't stay mad at him because what he's really doing is stealing from studios. Like, it's by the rules. He's not breaking the law. But he's basically... he's Robin Hood against studio executives. Just stealing their money. And giving it to all his friends. And yeah, he makes shitty movies. But first of all, he's capable of making good movies. He just generally doesn't feel like it. And two... if he's just going to steal from studio executives, I mean, that's a victimless crime. As long as he's not breaking the law, which he isn't. Fuck him, get extorted. Highguard was built by the guys who made Titanfall and Apex Legends, two well-regarded shooters, and then they made the art style incredibly bland hero shooter slop, yeah. And also, I think probably everybody has a chip on their shoulder because it doesn't take a genius to figure out what the people want is Titanfall 3. I never played Titanfalls, any of them. Don't have a horse in the race. I'm just some guy watching a train crash from afar, from across the street, and I'm just like, yeah, it seems like the people want is Titanfall 3. You guys you should do that. You know? Why don't you do that? And I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Maybe the IP is caught somewhere. Most of the studio did get laid off too. I mean, that's not surprising though. That's like part of the game. A lot of the stuff is gig. It's not really gig, but it's like project gig, if you get my meaning. Like, here's a company that's trying to make a giant game, and so they hire 600 people to make the game. Well, once the game comes out, you don't need 600 people to continue making the game. It's getting released. I mean, if it's a live service game, you need a few, but you don't need that many. So to say they're laid off is a bit of a switcheroo, I think. It's like you hire a team of 600 to make a game, and then you finished making the game. Are you going to pay those people for the rest of their lives? It's even going to be added to free-to-play, but it has a pet and you want it, even though it's basically... it's super easy baby mode, player's first boss level. Hey, it's got a pet, you gotta get it. It's got a thing. access to that thing might disappear someday. You want to add it to the trophy room. Makes perfect sense. They said they explicitly didn't want to be stuck with sci-fi the rest of their lives. Also, the IP is jammed in EA. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Not wanting to be stuck to it forever, you know. Like, I started being a content creator because of Age of Sigmar. What if Age of Sigmar sucked, right? What if Age of Sigmar died? What would I do then, you know? Someday you might no longer like the thing you used to like because of any sort of reason. Just not feeling like it is actually a pretty legitimate reason not to do something. Even if you're a creative type. Yeah, what if indeed? Don't worry, dude. 5th edition. It's going to be so good. Don't worry, dude. 5th edition. It's going to be so sick. I mean, look at the Lumineth book. Look at the Lumineth book. Look at the Tzeentch book. To a much lesser degree, but still more of a degree than the other book. Look at Skaven, right? We get an edition where all the books are like Tzeentch. That's 5th. 5th will come and save us. Trust. 1000% chance. No hopium, no copium. It's gonna be great. And then Persona 6 will come out. We'll play that on the weekends. It will back, all right? Back to 2020. Iratha's Koofs? I don't think I've gotten that yet. I haven't. Man, I love the Grail thing. The Grail thing is so good. It makes picking up even shitty items fun. Because what if I don't have them yet? You know? Then I get to add them to the list. Work on the Grail. So nice. Does this tend to happen across editions as they learn and develop? Actually, the opposite. It gets worse every edition. I mean, not really, but there is a crazy amount of not learning from mistakes that happens, and it's very frustrating as a fan. Like, we solved this problem a long time ago, and yet the problem is being reinvented every edition. How is that possible? Like the foot hero problem. Okay, what's the problem with foot heroes? Melee foot assassins are bad. It's a job that doesn't work in the rules of the game, right? Okay, well, how do you solve that? Well, we had a solution for it in 1st edition. It was called Make Them a Wizard. That's it. Make them a wizard or give them a command ability that does something. I.e. make them a buff piece. That's how you fix foot heroes. You make them a buff piece. And then in 2nd edition, they make a bunch of foot heroes that don't do anything. It's like, well, that's weird, because we already know that you should make them a buff piece, and then they do something. And then in 3rd edition, they made a bunch of foot heroes that don't do anything, and I'm like, damn, that's weird, because we know that if you make them a buff piece, they have a chance to be used. And then in 4th edition, every book that comes out gets a foot hero. I'm like, wow. What's happening here? You still want 1.0 again? I pine for some parts of 1st edition, but I would never be so... I would never be so nostalgia-brained as to want to actually go back. Nostalgia is a powerful drug. Don't let it cloud your mind. There's some cool shit about 1st. And it's sort of a special, neat thing to be playing a game whose rules writers just sort of typed words on the page and you could, like, do anything. Sort of a Marvel vs. Capcom thing where, like, some people were playing the game and some people were not playing the game. And the balance was insane. Like, it's fun to be in a position where the balance is insane. And you can't believe they let you do the things that they're writing down. Like, that's a special type of time during a game's life cycle to play something, right? But the bad parts of that, don't forget them. Not everybody got to have that type of fun. Only some people got to have that type of fun. And some of that type of fun was zero-sum, as in you got to have that fun, but your opponent did not. And on and on and on. So, a return to first? No, no, no. I wouldn't be so crazy. But a broad move in a general different direction than the direction we've been moving, yes. One that spiritually could be said to be moving back into a first edition mindset in certain ways, but not many ways, yeah. But now I've removed all teeth from the statement, right? And to be very clear, when I'm referring to with 1.0, is not comparing mustache sizes in a game that has no points. That is not what I'm saying. I don't consider that type of 1.0, like on release, I don't consider that to even be a game. I'm talking GHB 1, when it started being a game. And they took the points that players invented wholesale and wrote them in a book. Just copied it. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. One point would cause you to quit because of the mustache stuff? Yeah, I'm certainly not talking about that. That was gay. And I mean that literally, as in a 1985 gay man would destroy that competition. Have you seen their stashes? Extremely impressive. This is not hate speech. This is jealousy. My mustache could never grow in like that. +2 to elemental skills druid. And then a resist all and a double resistor on the cold. I certainly have better. Sort of a build your own Mara's kaleidoscope, except worse. I think it has no future here. Like, good try. If this was Warlock, it'd be kind of neat, but even still, it'd be worse than Amara's. By a lot. Good try. Good try. Was 1.0 when they actually added points and it wasn't just vibes. That was the first GHB Hulk Bat. 2016, I think? First GHB. I think second ed, if you ignore broken battalions, was the gold standard. Yeah, it's like Gortarius is talking about, and Kev, like the Malign Portents era where you had the most choice and list building was fun. I feel like, at the risk of oversimplifying, if list building is fun, the game is fun. It's almost that black and white. And that's like the #1 thing to fix, I think. List building has to be fun. If it's not, your game sucks. Or it's just not a part of the game that you're trying to make good. Which works for some things like chess, and doesn't work for other things, like every RPG ever. Like if building a list, even in Diablo, like, isn't fun, or ooh, what item should I use here? Should I use this one, or should I use a spirit, or should I use a Hodo, or, you know, oh man, maybe which rune word can I use here? If I skimp on resists here, can I put this other thing over there? That kind of stuff. If Diablo 2 just picked a character class, and every time you leveled up, it just like gave you stats, and there was no skill tree, there was no rune words. You just got stats when you leveled up, and it was all the items. Like, what a boring game it would be. It would be Diablo 3. It'd be so boring. That's why Spearhead is fairly solid. I think, to me, that's why Spearhead is something that I'm just, like, totally not interested in playing. I think that it's good for the game to have an on-ramp like that, and I know that some people want to just pick up and play. But it's really antithetical to my whole being. I want to build stuff. I want to customize my army. Rules-wise and creatively. But still, you know, I'll always say that it's... I didn't think they needed this because I'm different than everybody else, but they clearly did. Some sort of new player on-ramp system where you could just buy a thing and play 1K point games that didn't suck. Like, that had to happen. So good, yeah. Fourth is the edition maybe that they spent a lot of dev time inventing Spearhead, but now you did it, and so now we can make the real game good in 5th edition, right? And all the battle tomes instead of just some of them. Monarch. How recommendable is D2 for a guy who hasn't played D2 ever? Have you played any ARPG ever? Is my follow-up question. Good question. Have you played any ARPG ever? Do you like the genre? Tigulated mail? Oh yeah, I've got this one already. Waynes. H. Wangs. Volcano Shockwave Rabies. Ew. Disgusting. Played D3 before, you enjoyed it, you looked at D2 and found it somewhat overwhelming. Okay. D3 is a very, very different ARPG. D3 is much more arcadey. It's like an arcade game with giant numbers, infinite loot. Every build just kind of works. That stuff, it's very video gamey. Very dopamine explosion everywhere. D2 is slower. simpler in a lot of ways. With a bunch of neat hidden systems. If you like hidden systems, you'll like D2. If you don't, then it's actually not a big deal. You just Google it. If you want an evolution of D3, then D4 is actually like an improvement on D3, where D4 is really easy. Big numbers, everything just kind of works. You'll blast to the end. Very little challenge. But kind of nothing to do, really, once you get to max level. And D2 is sort of like infinitely replayable, but really simple. Core essence of the gameplay loop. Hard for me to recommend it or not recommend it because my nostalgia for it is too strong. It's a good game, sir. Wet. What I like about D2 that the other games don't really have is you target farm stuff. The rune words are very interesting, good for catch-up gear, and you can target farm things. You can, oh, here's a boss. The boss drops loot and you just keep killing him if you want. Oh, you want money? Go to Travancore. Oh, you want runes? Do Countess runs. Oh, you want socketables? Do cows. Oh, you want a certain eye level of stuff? Do Bale runs. You want XP? Do Bale runs. Parazones. You're like, you're playing, but then you can choose to play in certain ways or play in certain areas to essentially target things specifically eventually. And the ground loot is... The ground loot is really important. There's not infinite loot, like there's way less loot, but I kind of consider that a good thing. Stuff that drops on the ground still matters. And that's the thing I kind of miss about modern ARPGs. Is modern ARPGs, everything is a lot more about crafting. It's not like nothing could drop that you actually care about. It's just like, oh, I need materials to be able to craft such and such thing or force such and such thing. Or gamble on something. Like items dropping and mattering and you see them, like that's, to me, that's a cool thing that's been lost a little bit. You'd argue getting geared and stuff in D2 is probably harder. Yeah, it is. But to me, in a more satisfying way. For instance, these mage fists, okay? I got these mage fists from... What even was it? I was in normal mode. These dropped for me when I was like level 29 or something like that. I was level 29, Mage Fist dropped. I'm using it at level 89. Because it's the best glove. For my particular build. I think that's so cool. I think it's so cool that the itemization of this game is not a treadmill designed by an Excel spreadsheet formula. Obsessed with eye level. And oh, you're level 90. So now level 90 items drop. And every level 90 item that drops is just better than your level 89 item that drops. Because the numbers are 1% higher, and everything gives you everything. As far as stats that you're looking for. Like that kind of treadmill. I don't like that. It feels detached. It doesn't feel like a person made the stuff. I'm wearing a lot of items that are technically low level. Well, not a lot anymore, I guess. But you can just get stuff. And oh, I'm looking for a Mage Fist. Got it. Okay. I don't need an ancient Mage Fist. I don't need a super ancient Mage Fist upped into the next category of epic Mage Fist rare. And then I have to re-roll the enhanced defense on it and then get the lucky 1 in 3 re-roll so it has this other thing on it. And if it's not, it's trash, and it ends up being you loot 37 Mage Fists and trying to craft with them until you get the thing. It's like, it dropped, it's good, I use it. I got them. It doesn't have to be double Christmas. Now, are the rune words a little too good? Depending on what they are, yes. Spirit is too strong. You know, arguably Grief is too strong because it pushes out the contenders. But you can still use some goofy stuff. Like this thing, Meng Song's Lesson. This shit sucks. Useless item. People would see it drop on the ground and just leave it there. And then Warlock comes out, and you can one-hand two-handers, and it's like the best Warlock weapon. And I put a Rainbow Facet in it. He's back big. True. You're in the wrong business. Get paid millions as a consultant to tell the company that they're genius with their midwit ideas, and then just nod quietly as they sink in the Andrea Dory. Yeah. From a long time ago, but good comment. Why is Warlock, of all things, the class that gets to two-hand one-handers? Well, I mean, Barbarian also can do that if it's swords. So Barbarian got to Titan Grip first. But somebody just thought of it. They're like, what if he's levitating his weapon? That's so sick. And then they're like, well, through implication, if he's just levitating his weapon, why does it have to be a one-hander? Can't he just levitate it? And then it wouldn't be that overpowered if they could. And it kind of is with Levitation Mastery. But the two-handers in the one-hander slot, I think, is like the least sinful thing that Warlock is doing, surprisingly. Of all the sins that Warlock has done on power level, being able to one-hand a two-hander is like the least problematic among them. It's Bind Demon. It's Bind Demon and your melee attacks not needing attack rating. Like that, to me, those are the two things. But I'm not even doing that. I'm not even using that build. I'm using a fire build. I'm not, you know. The only thing I'm really taking advantage of is how overpowered Enslaved Demon is. And it is. Have two mercenaries, holy power. Can you do a Terror Zone Uber, I wonder? Does that count? Actually, let's kill Grizzy. Sometimes he drops funny stuff. Nope. Simple, elegant Peem. Yeah. Still go duh. if you really want to scum, or if you're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, I'll give you guys a tip for anyone who actually plays. This works for necromancers, this works for druids, and this works for warlocks. If you find a low quality shrunken head for necromancers, druid pelt for druids, and warlock book, if you find a low quality or cracked or whatever, there is a cube recipe. And I can't remember what the cube recipe is, but it will upgrade that item into a normal quality version of it. And when it does, it re-rolls the blue affixes on it. So you can fish for plus to the skills of your desired thing. And so if you really want to scrape the bottom of the barrel, you can pick up every low quality and roll one more time into a normal. And I recall that the formula is not, it's really cheap. Or you could just play normally, not do that, and then hope the good one drops, which is generally what I do. Because your chances are absurdly low to get the goods. The thing you're really looking for, which is like, oh, I'm a druid, I'm looking for a pelt with +3 to the skill I use and +3 to the other skill I use. You know, you're looking for the Super Saiyan hat or whatever it is. And so it's just going to be 1 in 10 million. I've been picking up druid pelts for like 10 years, and the best one I ever found was +3 to Fury. I found like 3 or 4 +3 to Fury that just had nothing else on them. And then I look at build guides and they're like, hey, for this build guide, you're going to want a +3 Fury, +3 Heart of the Wolverine, +3 to Bear. And I'm like, are you hero editing your shit? Who finds these? No one... You can't even trade for something like that because Druid is so shit no one even picks up the pelts. But like other players won't even find it. Because kinda no one plays it, and so no one's trying to pick it up to make money to trade it to somebody. Another soul runes. Soul runes are good because that's what I craft with. Kind of like Necros looking for the perfect wand base. Yeah, it's the same thing with wand bases. However, you know, I'm kind of a hypocrite because I don't pick up Amazon stuff or assassin stuff. Because I've never played an Amazon, I've never played an assassin. I don't know exactly what they're looking for. And so I don't pick any of it up. And if you don't play a class, it's really hard to know what specific thing they want. Like, you can in general know what they want, but sometimes there's like one really minor thing that ruins everything. Or makes something great, or makes something useless. All I know is every time I'm in a game with an Amazon, they're fucking destroying. That class is real good. Supposedly really expensive to build. Like, their gear is just really expensive, but they are wrong. But streamer, the game's 25 years old. How could you have never played that class? Yeah, I think most people end up playing every classes. They just haven't. Like, here's a Grand Matriarchal bow. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if this is what people want. +1 to bow and crossbow skills, 3 sockets. I think it can roll up to 3. +3 to bow and crossbow skills, I think. but I don't know the number of sockets they want. And I don't know if Grand Matron's bow is the right one. Maybe it's Grand Matriarchal. That's the one they want. I'm not sure. So yeah, I don't know enough. As always, if anyone sees something that drops that they want, they'll probably just give it to you. Javazons are your favorite. Whichever one throws a javelin of lightning, and then the entire screen is filled with chain lightning, and everything is dead, that's the one that I like. That's the one that I've seen a lot. That shit is crazy. And also, the one that positively deletes bosses. That's a good one too. You know, it's not just about what you're doing, you gotta look good doing it. It's an RPG after all. Oh, the PlayStation noise in the background? Hell yeah. This place is terrorized, so it might actually be worth killing stuff on the way to the stones and Rakanichu. Sounds like playing with a more experienced friend is the way to go. I mean, I think the way to go for a D2 if you're just getting into it is to play solo with a friend, like, hovering. So, like, you got a friend on Discord who's just really happy that you're playing D2, and he's just like a little resource. Who's just kind of hovering around, and you ask a question out loud, and he's like, oh yeah, this is the answer. Because he's like a nature photographer. Like, he doesn't want to interrupt what's happening in nature, right? He's just there to take pictures and be a help. Oh, Natalia. Oh, yeah. Natalia. Cerebus's Bete. 3 to shapeshifting. Big percent to attack rating. However, that's bad because what you want is attack rating number. You don't want percent, which is counterintuitive. Frail Rage. Chance of open wounds and defense. Would I ever use this? Probably not, because you can make Metamorphosis now. And that's just better than what this is. Still, it's cool I found one. I appreciate that. And I do have a Metamorphosis I'm ready to make as soon as I find a base. And Jalal's main is fine in the meantime. Wouldn't you rather an Andes or something for the lifesteal and DR? You get lifesteal from one of your skills as a druid. So one of the benefits of druid is that you don't have to, on your gear, you don't have to chase lifesteal at all. You get like 30% lifesteal. Now technically on the sheet it says like 120% or some shit, but that's not what you actually end up getting. You have an absurd amount of lifesteal as a druid. So you don't need to look for that on gear, really. You do need a little bit of Mana Steel, obviously, but... common Druid helmets are G-Face, of course, and Dariel's, Jalal's main for resistances, and FCR, not FCR. What's it called? Anyway, there's a bunch, and then they came out with Metamorphosis, which is a rune word, and it gives you like a special buff in bear form and a special buff in wolf form, and you're just supposed to use that. So that's like the new best thing. And it used to be ladder only, and now it just rolled over into normal games. So you're right, Andariel's is good. But it's like, it's one of 4 options, for the most part, that are all generally weaker than Metamorphosis. But it's a fine option. Yeah, you get fewer lifesteal in Hell, and then there are also enemies that have lifesteal resistance. Skeletons, obviously, you can't steal anything from. Baal has reduced. Ubers are straight immune. Wait, what was that? Inner sight. Interesting. It doesn't hit those guys because they're out of line of sight. This is one of the issues with the giant pentagram thing. You got to be in line of sight most of the time to deal damage to stuff. Kind of awkward. +3 to war cries, huh? I mean... +3 to summoning skills would make that actually pretty good. Arctic. Tariq 7. Hey, thanks for the tier 1 for 63. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. What a massive length of time to sub. I appreciate it. Shout out to the lurking. Thanks for chilling on this fine winter morning. Not really winter anymore, but a man can dream, alright? More Diabolo and COS building. Tonight is Cavaliers. Dude, Cavaliers look so good. Fine chaps, a lot of them, look-wise. Wait, small charm? I missed a small charm? 3% warrant. You know what? I'll keep it on. I'll keep it on. A run walk charm. 3% run walk basically says 3% more XP. I think 3 is the max for a small charm too. I know you can get 7 with a grand charm. Know what you're talking about? Just finished shoveling a foot of snow around the car. East Coast, stay losing. Dude, I'm in the Midwest. I'm basically in Canada almost. Like, what is happening here? I should get my snow. We're done here? We're basically done here, huh? Oh, loose rock. You live in the fucking mountains and it's like a beach day today. Whole world's turned upside down. Your buddies want to take you to a magic set event, says the Dark Panda. Any tips and advice? Is this a pre-release or a set release? I haven't been to one of those in a long time. My advice is bring sleeves that are not brand new, but not old. Because you don't want to break in new sleeves at a release event because they're going to slide all over the place. But you don't want ones that are so old that they'll be marked. Yeah, new sleeves are slipping, sliding all over the place. You don't want that. If it's a pre-release event, I would imagine that it's the same as back in the day, that it's a pretty, you know, it's a more casual experience. I assume it's sealed. Is it sealed or draft? Ooh, experience shrine. Hell yeah. You draw the IRL of a herald. Well, good. I want to fight more heralds. I hope to see more of them. I haven't done a ton of parazones quite yet. And it's gone. You're only a newbie Judd that plays Commander with friends? Okay. If you want help in general, like with just generic limited advice, I could give it. If that's the type of event you're going to. Is it a limited event? And what I mean by that is draft or sealed. You might not know, and that's fine, but your friends may. As you've gotten older, you've grown to love drafting and cubes a lot more than when you were a standard grinder. Especially vintage and powered cube. Probably the TMNT pre-release, if you had to guess. Oh yeah, that probably lines up, doesn't it? They do limited for those? I assume you would have to. That's how it works. The thing I didn't do a lot was standard. I was weird, I guess. The best prizes were always in standard, and the most tournaments were always in standard, but I never liked it.
Thanks.
I played a lot of limited, and I played a lot of legacy. So I was kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, or rather, just not the middle. A lot of limited and a lot of legacy, but not a lot of, like, extended or modern or standard. Bane Wing. You get 1 seeded pack and then 6 packs or something. Nobody at your shop played Legacy. You had some modern folks, like 4. It was mostly standard. I dipped in the standard every once in a while when there was a really cool deck. Usually a control deck. Because playing control in standard always feels like a boxing match against kids because the card pool is so small that you can just sort of like deal with everything. MTG Standard is a weird spot at the moment. It's very varied and controls borderline unplayable from what you've been hearing. Yeah, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of standards where you can't play control because everything's too good or fast. It's just when control is good, I like it. I'll put it that way. Like, sometimes you get those standards where you get a bunch of really good red creatures that sometimes even do something when they die, and then control is just horrible. Or it's too fast, or whatever. Another time control tends to be bad is if there's ever a ramp deck in standard. Usually control isn't very good against it. Poison Nova Summon Resist. Okay. 4%. Very low. You can get 11. You can get 11 on small charms. Mostly looking for those. Gonna assume you were a Miracles player. I did play Miracles a few times, but I wouldn't consider myself a Miracles player. I played Miracles a lot in testing. And I would play it every once in a while locally, but I wouldn't bring Miracles to a big event. I felt like you had to really specialize in Miracles to be able to play it fast enough to get through a 9-round event. And I wasn't really a specialist. I was a, find out what the best deck is, and then spend a lot of time coming up with the perfect sideboard strategy. And that was what I spent a lot of time on. Have you looked at the TMNT cards? Yeah, it was hard to because they're so ugly. No, sir, I don't like them. I will end up looking at all of them probably to find if anything needs to go in a commander deck. But I'm like secretly hoping they don't. It's not that I don't like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Just a lot of the Universes Beyond stuff looks... It makes Magic look like one of those shitty card games at Gen Con. I wish they would make normal versions of them. Then I'd be happy with it. Like they printed 11 Leonardos. That's a lot. I wish they were Magic cards. Like they just come up with something that sounds vaguely Magic. And it's like a counts as card, you know, where the name is Leonardo, but really it's a reprint of some other card. I guess the ship has sailed on that one. Yeah, like Beyond the Omen Path, except not just for online. I would like real cards of it. Everywhere else in Magic, they give you infinite versions of cards, right? Everywhere else in Magic. You can get like 17 different custom printings all the way from retro card frame, non-foil, all the way to like looks like a Pokemon card with graphic design is my passion with a picture of a trailer park on it in foil. But then for Universes Beyond, for some reason, no. You have to use these versions. I just refer to Frank's, yeah. A lot of the UB stuff is broken. A lot of the UB stuff is really good. The, I know the precons have a bunch of good lands in them that people have been asking to get reprinted. That's kind of nice. What is it? I can't remember what they call them. The lands that enter untapped if you're playing Commander, essentially. Like, those have needed a reprint. They're way too expensive. I feel like they ought to reprint those until they're $1. In any sort of which way. Land bases are pretty expensive after all. It'd be nice if they weren't. Plus one Echoing Strike, 3 open socket. This is close. If this is +3, well, no. Never mind. I'm looking for a void, basically. Tango lands, okay. Some of the alternative land names I get, Tango, I don't get that one. But if that's what they're called, that's what they're called. Bone Flesh. Added to the list. Yeah, it takes 2 to tango, I suppose. As in, it takes 2 opponents. Tango were Battle for Zendikar 2 basics? Oh, okay. Well, then it takes 2 basics. It still works. It's just a different thing. They were called Battle Bond lands because it came out in the Battle Bond set. Okay. Oh, advice for the person doing limited. You make a 40 card deck. You should probably have 17 lands in it. Going to 18 is fine. Dropping land is probably not something I would recommend in general. Have a nice mana curve. Find something to push through damage. A bunch of removal is good. I mean, I'm just like giving you generic advice. You probably know already from playing Magic in general, but removal is at a premium. You really need removal. I would even splash for it because it's that important, but something I generally would do is keep an eye on your colors. It's tempting to play every good card that you open in your sealed pool, but having some restraint and keeping it to like a 2-color deck will end up winning you games and matches over the course of the tournament because your opponent is playing a 3-color deck that's really greedy and their hand is filled with red creatures and they only have a forest and a plains out for 4 turns in a row and you just kill them by playing normal stuff. Like, I'm a big believer, at least back when I used to play, and people are better now, and everyone has better ideas about how to play now, so my advice is like old man advice, but back in the day, let me tell you, apparently I was a little ahead of my time, I guess. Playing a mana base that's really good, without cheating on land and not getting greedy with colors, just a mana base that has plenty of land and your right colors, so that you can consistently cast your spells, even if they might end up being weaker, will win you games and matches over the course of the day when your greedy opponents essentially shit their pants in front of you and can't do anything, and you just scoop up free wins. Now, this advice might not be perfect for whatever the TMNT set is, because there are certain sets that want you to play a million colors, like Alara, or whatever. And so some sets are more kind to playing a million colors than others. And so this advice depends on what the set is, and I don't know much about the limited format of this TMNT set. I don't know if it wants you to play a bunch of colors and there's a bunch of good lands and there's a bunch of good filter stuff. I'm not sure. My guess is that there happens to be a ton of multicolored stuff. Just because in my head I'm thinking like, well, it's mostly a commander set. They're printing a bunch of Ninja Turtles. The number of colors on stuff might be high, but I guess I don't know. I would keep it simple, keep it consistent, play plenty of removal. And if you care about doing well, which you might not, it's a pre-release event and it's fairly casual, but if you care about doing well, look up the set beforehand, check out what cards are in uncommon, what cards are in common that you can build archetypes around. See what people are saying about the archetypes and what the different colors are doing. Have a little bit of a plan moving in. Check out the combat tricks that are instant. To see, like, okay, if I'm about to swing into somebody and they have open mana, what's a common or uncommon card that they could get me with? So that you don't walk into a trap or something like that. To know a little bit about what you can expect.
Stay a while and listen.
Good day.
But pre-release events are generally just for like, oh, here's the new cards. You know, if you do really well, you get a bunch, you get like a box. Or many packs or something, or a few packs of stuff. And it's not like, we gotta train for this, you know, it's not like that necessarily. But if you want to treat it like that, cool, and it's fun. Almost really good. Pankrad. I think I've gotten this already, yeah, deaths. They don't do... Oh, they don't do stamped cards anymore, really? Aw. I always kind of liked the stamped cards. I thought they were special. Like, oh, this card was played in some pre-release in 2006. Like, that's cool, I thought. And then it's got the little date on it and everything. I kind of like those. Or not the date, but like the little purple stamp on your guy. If it was sealed, anyway. Or be like me and jam flyers every time because you're bad. That's not bad. Look, evasion's good. Jamming flyers is great. That's a good strat. If you don't know anything about the set and you don't want to know anything about the set, drafting 2-color flyers with a bunch of removal is just good. That's what I like about Limited. It's so simple. It's like meat and potatoes magic. You care about combat. You're looking at life totals. You're thinking about, okay, if I don't block here, I need to find an answer to this. In exactly 2 turns, if nothing meaningful changes with the board state, I'll end up winning. Meat and potatoes magic, just like Richard Garfield intended. My opponent's mana base is terrible, so he just loses 1 game out of 3. Like, to nothing. No stamps since Avatar. You know, with all these guards, by God, you're going to use them, yeah. The power of that strategy is sometimes you get a little lucky, and you have the best deck in the universe. as long as you're lucky. You draw the right cards in the right order, and you're playing dump truck. Like just every rare I opened, the mythic I opened, no matter what the colors are, and you just draw them in the right order, and you're unstoppable. So sometimes that happens too. Thresher. Ethereal, but no sockets. Close. Still looking for the elusive Thunder Maul with 4 sockets. Oh, Ghost Armor. Spirit Shroud, hey. Cool. It's a good little leveling item. Hey, welcome aboard. Yeah, Skin of the Viper Magi is better. And very similar. I'm a stealth man myself. I like to run fast. I think I just got one. Yeah, I just got one the other day. But I like picking stuff like this up because if someone is new to the game, I'm just like, here you go. Here you go, kid. Have a Spirit Shroud. Have some Saigon's belt. Kind of things. Closing in on gold cap for the main thing. You think the love can moo on the battlefield? Good meme. Every time this guy squiggles near my mouse, out of nowhere when I'm about to consume demon, clench a little bit. Because the controls on consume demon are a little finicky. And this guy likes to squiggle around and run in front of your cursor sometimes. And someday I'm gonna accidentally consume him and have to farm the perfect one again. I just know it. Every time. He's not perfect, I should say. Perfect would be obviously Infinity Aura like he has, but immune to physical as well. Because you can get both. The one that I have right now is Stone Skin, which is pretty close. Stone Skin, Infinity Aura. Which is good enough, because the man's invincible. Like, but technically, I guess Immune to Fizz would be better. Eldritch Blast. No thanks. I wonder what the next terror zone will be. The corruption is almost dissipated. I think I've gotten all these already. Angelic. Cathans. Ooh, small charm. Neolithoc's Temple? Oh, cool. I mean, I could farm a key or two. He does have a pretty high eye level naturally. Superior Monarch. Did you see the Yokotaro Eva announced? I didn't. What is it? I'm kind of a fan even though I only like one game he's made. But I really like it. Another Evangelion series being written. Oh, okay. Wait, am I mixing things up? The childhood onset adult dementia is setting in. He's not the guy who made Nier Automata, is he? He's the Evangelion guy. I'm mixing up my names now. Okay, he is. And he's doing anime now. Well, now I don't know what to think. Is he a good anime director? I mean, he made a good game.
I can't carry anymore.
I don't know how to feel about it. He's writing it, part of a larger team. Okay, well, I'm not going to follow that project, but I'm interested in where it ends up landing. How about that? Interesting. He's only writing, not directing. Okay. Huh. Somehow 2B's ass will be relevant. I mean, if it's not, he's a fool. Like, is he even trying to sell tickets? Okay, I used to know this stuff, but I don't know this stuff anymore. I used to know how to get to the bottom level really fast. And I don't know that anymore. And if you go north, south, east, or west, once you get to the Halls of Vought, like, it has something to do with the eyes printed on the wall, I think. Either it's the one with or without eyes facing a certain direction, I can't remember. Maybe it's the one without? Here, we'll test it. If it's the one without. So, no eyes, which means it's the bottom right. I am wrong. Okay, it's more complicated than that. Somehow there'll be 2B cosplayer and Shinji will perv on her and Asuka will beat him up for it. That overt? Hey, alright. Oh, there's the boy. Somehow it'll make a new Drakengard game come out. The Halls of Bane. I think I've got this. Shadowfang, I do. Mirrored Blades Ethereal. I'm still picking up daggers on the off chance that I find something to create a void ringward with. Because eventually I'll probably make a warlock that plays the purple stuff. Ooh, Umrin. Hell yeah. Nice little plus resist. Quality rune. Just useful. Not worth a crazy amount, but just useful. Imagine there'll be some overt reference to the hospital scene, but it'll be played for laughs rather than being what should be genuinely disturbing. I hope not. I don't know what the tone of the series will be. I guess that's going to determine a lot of things. It being anime, I would imagine the tone of the series is wildly variant.
Afternoon.
Drakengard and Nier are intertwined. Yeah, I heard that. And their plots are integral to one another, and you're not kidding. That's what I heard. I haven't played any of the other Nier games. I liked Nier Automata so much. Usually I end up playing other games by the people or whatever that make a game I like, but for whatever reason didn't do it with Nier, Drakengard, any of that other stuff. Am I missing out? Should I? Or is Nier Automata really like kind of a singular thing? Like it never got that good or whatever, what have you. You can skip most, which is what I've heard. Newer version of the first Nier is sick and worth playing. Okay. Sort of like a D2R thing where it's a remaster, but it's good. Or it was the same story, but you played as a different character, not something as drastic as that, but the plot is subtly different and more coherent and gets weirder and overtly connects to Automata. Cool. +1 the druid skill levels. Hell yeah. Massive. Big. My word. So far, no luck on keys, but they're pretty rare on the secondary boss guys. Ooh, these guys take 2 waves to kill? Dude, they're huge. Big guys. I can never tell if I have the filter on or off sometimes. I wish it would just start the game on. I wish there was an option for that. Maybe $20. And they'll let us start with the loot filter on instead of have to press Alt once and forget whether you did or not. Pop. Man, what are you dropping every time? Just nothing, huh? Mr. No Dropper. And we are 1 month away, right? 1 month countdown to Adepticon. Gonna be kind of sick. I'm ending up moving, so I will not be making a new commander deck. I was thinking about it. But then just nothing came out. Nothing struck my fancy. They had plenty of chances because they sure released a lot of Magic product in the past year. But nothing quite hit me. Pop. Oh, it didn't work because of the... Alright. There's a line of sight. Catherine, hell yeah. Skeleman. Spinner. Actually, that's not entirely true. There have been some commanders that looked very interesting to build.
At your service.
But they're like gross, and I'm mad. Like, chances are you made a flip Brigid token deck. Why did I click that shrine? I was reading chat. Slurp my potions. Just takes damage. Super. There we go. Okay, we're back. My summon demon's getting fucked. Can I heal him like a normal thing? No, I can't. Okay. The man's never taken any damage before. He doesn't know what to do. Dude, I am not farming him again. That took forever. Get amp damage off of me. Thank you. Heal him up. Last deck before that was Super Selfish Kuja. What colors was Kuja? Rakdos. One that makes wizards on end step, and if you got 4 wizards, you flip them. Oh, that guy's good. He's actually good and cool. Makes sense that you would make a commander deck out of it. He's a 4/6 flip, but since he does double damage, he's actually an 8/6. Kind of puncher. Is he the one who makes all the wizards that trigger on spellcast too? He makes a little army of Tims essentially whenever you cast a spell. I like him if so. Yeah, he's that guy. It's in colors I normally wouldn't play, but I think he's cool. It's possible being a Terror Zone fucks with this guy's loot table a little bit, because he ain't dropping anything. You get 3 of them, and then he flips, and so all your spells are doing 6. Yeah, and so you just play a bunch of rituals, cantrips, doublers, yeah. Blast off. I could try to craft some rings. Now that I have plenty of materials. Here for a fun time, not a long time. I can't remember, is there an ideal level to craft? I know there's an ideal level to gamble, which is like 92. $80 to $83, according to a quick Google search. Shall we do some crafting? Sometimes you only have 30 minutes left before you gotta go, so that's when, yeah, that's like the classic thing where, alright, we have time for like maybe one more game, but it's a quick game, and then everyone pulls out their hot shit. Which is always a good time. Often a fast time. Do I have anybody who's 80? No. Well, alright then. I have level 1s and level 90s. Okay. So I could craft later when I make a new warlock and get him to like 80. You don't know the gambling table? I know the gambling table, but I don't know the crafting table, and apparently it's 80 to 83. Well, I think I'll wait. I'll make a... I was always going to make another warlock anyway. And so when that guy gets to 80, I'll have to make a mental note. Craft all the blood rings. Because I have some good ones, but if you craft them at too high level, then it makes the level requirement for the ring like 96. Which is unideal. Giant axe. Oh, is that the humongous? It's the humongous. Let's go. Hell yeah. I think if I'm short on anything, it's rubies. I only have like 10 of them or maybe less. But that might be worth checking out. How many do I have? And Ariel's... It is not ethereal, so I don't want it. I mean, somebody might want it. Probably not, though. I like an ethereal one for a mercenary sometimes. Just put a Ral rune in it. Or 15 attack speed FR rune. Or jewel. Hello, ma'am. Poison damage. Attack speed defense. Nope. Not this time. We made it up.
Can I help you?
The corruption begins to fade. I'm gonna do another cow. I think I want that 4-socket more than I want a key. Nice. Have I not found the road yet? I found this before I found the road. Huh.
Good to see you.
The Order welcomes you.
Grand charm. Extra gold. So we'll get 6 warlock skillers one of these days. Martial arts. That looks like a thunder maul, but it might be a lower class one because it's not showing up in my filter. Hopefully, I didn't like majorly screw up in the filters hiding that stuff. Okay, it's a Martel Defer, which is the normal mode biggest one. Either the normal mode biggest one or the nightmare mode biggest one of the two, but it's not what I'm looking for. What's Shroud do? I've identified this thing like 30 times and I still can't remember it. Natalia is okay with 3 sockets in it. Nope. Not today.
day.
Impossible.
Oh, wait. That's filled with stuff. I forgot. Darkwood. That's not a good one. Decapitator? Huh? Small charm. Stiletto. Alright, this time I'll remember, right? Angelic. This sounds like Castlevania to you? Let me switch on over. Spyro. According to the thing I was looking at, it's Spyro. Not the livestock. We're eating burgers tonight, baby. An American talking to you about how to find socketed bases in D2. Okay, now imagine a burger. Imagine a pre-burger, before it is a burger. Sort of like a big, like a sweeper, you know? Kind of like mowing your lawn in rows. Making rows. Alright, new idea. New game idea. If you really want to capture the Like Monster Zero Ultra, Quake 3 Arena, Doom 2, you know, Diablo generation. We need a game that plays like Diablo 2, but it involves mowing the lawn somehow. Like the gameplay is kind of like mowing the lawn. We'll make millions. So it's 3/4 isometric. You're making lines, you know, lines in the lawn that you can see. Making patterns, and then you don't go back to town to sell equipment. You go back to town to flip over the burgers on your grill. I think we're really onto something here.
Order welcomes you.
What an interesting charm this is. Lightning damage and magic items. I don't really want it, but somebody might want it. I'll just give it to anyone. Want a charm? Burgeroid logic. You just got back. Did I see the thing, your thing on the new battle tome? No, what about it? I gotta be honest, I haven't heard good things about the OBR battle tome. Makes me sad. OBR players deserve better. They had one really cool, interesting thing, but it was too cool and interesting, and so they had an entire edition steal that idea. But not only steal the idea, but also take it away. And he's been, like, kind of floundering ever since. Apparently, Catacross is really good. But the army might not be. Equip Keds instead of New Balances to unlock the Doomsday Cult ending. New Balance. The War Scrolls are good? Okay. Are people overreacting then? Or maybe underreacting? I just heard people weren't happy with it, but I haven't looked at it myself. These days, I'm only looking over battle tomes on stream when it's confirmed that they're great, so that my stream can stay at least a little bit positive. You know, I'm just maintaining. That rule will get broken when the Ogre Tome, no doubt, comes out. But, you know, until such time. That is to say, I don't want to go over every new battle tome that comes out, because most of them, it would just be like a negative stream. It'd be like, what is this shit? Everyone complains. Maybe that's fine if it deserves it, right? But... Alright, that's the Spirit Mask. That Spirit Mask right there. I saw it was gray, so it has sockets. 3 open sockets. +3 to Fury. +3 to Heart of the Wolverine. I'm calling it. I'm calling my shot. It's going to be the best druid pelt you've ever seen in your goddamn life. And then I'm going to make metamorphosis in it, and my fury druid will be godly. But still never played. Until they fix the fury thing where you can't cast teleport. But the day they do, I'm so ready for it. Alright, now that we're done hoping, we'll see. Okay, surprisingly close. It is a 3-socket. However, it does not have any of the skills I'm looking for, which is very sad. Hey, alright. Greedy cold skills plus lightning damage. Not exactly what I'm looking for. OBR is all in on their battle tactic, enhancements, etc. Their war scrolls are good. Okay. That's refreshing to hear. Good if true. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I've gotten the tankards already. Absolute tragedy. You said earlier how you were browsing the OBR Reddit, and it is all sadness. Okay. That's also what I heard. Apparently the war scrolls are good, according to Latino Hot. But I got pretty high standards these days for war scrolls. That is to say, war scrolls with more than a single ability on them. The goofy-ass pan flutes. They used so many of them in this era. That was a sharkskin belt. Hello? Oh, razor tail. Okay. I was wondering, what is a sharkskin belt? You've not seen Matt Rose Magic this edition and kind of doubt his game dev prowess now. Might just be you, but you've been less impressed with these fourth rules overall. Yeah, I feel like the quality control on battle tomes is an issue. I mean, it actually always has been an issue. But it's sad to see that it is still an issue. This far into the game. It's just kind of frustrating when you see books like Lumineth and Tzeentch and you're just like, okay, so you can do this. You are capable of making battle tomes that are exciting. Look like they're fun to theory craft and tinker around and build lists for. Like you're capable of doing that. And then you ask probably a frustrating question that a player could ask. Why don't you do that all the time? How come it's like 3 books in addition that get that treatment? That's weird. And the Soggy rules, right? Like the Sog War scrolls, those are mostly good. They're not perfect, but I'm like, okay, so we're capable of doing this. Why not do that? And it's not just getting lucky. I looked over the books. There was a lot of thought put into those. A lot of rules, setups, and callbacks. It's not like random. Three socket? No, just one. You always wonder about the internal culture at orgs like GW. Yeah, it can't be that great. Then again, like, once you get a certain level of big, I feel like your internal culture just has to be horrible. Like, too big to succeed, almost. Where, like, how do you determine... If you're employing... Let's say you're employing 10,000 people. How can you possibly determine which one's doing a good job, right? No, I'm not, I guess I'm not really talking about GW here, because I don't think they employ that many people. I mean, maybe they do in total. Like, if you consider store employees and stuff, but I guess I'm talking about, like, artists, design studio, you know, people who make the things, not just salesmen and marketing and bosses and managers and stuff. Wait, I need a book. I always wonder about the internal culture at orgs like GW. Like, does that complaint from the player base start to sound like the Cubs should simply just win another World Series? Yeah, and I'm always careful to issue that type of complaint. Or at least I preface it with stuff like, I don't know businesses, I'm not a game designer, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm not familiar with office culture. I'm not a businessman, you know, it's et cetera, right? And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the worst interview question ever. It's become sort of a meme. I know Norm Macdonald would always do it. And his little helper guy who was the butt of all the jokes. You finally get an interview with some creative person and you're like, so I've always wondered this question. Where do you get your ideas from? Like just the worst interview question. It's so stupid, and it fundamentally misunderstands the very concept of ideas. And it's also the wrongest question to ask. Oh, I just go to the idea store right down the street. And like having a good idea is the least important part of having a good product at the end of the day. And so like the equivalent of that, the equivalent of where do you get your ideas from is like the, you know, they come out with High Guard and then some player is like, why don't they simply make a good game? Like that's the criticism. Why didn't they just make the game fun? You know, and if you're a game designer, you probably want to reach through the screen and just throttle the person. Hey, game designers, have you ever considered just making the game fun? Right? Like the worst, just the worst feedback. Is this another humongous? Double humongous stream? It just has a funny name. The axe is useless. No, this is the Minotaur. An ancient axe. Pardon me, I got the base type wrong. I was tricked by the thumbnail. Clickbait humongous axe. That being said, from the player point of view, though, it also sometimes feels like we're making the same mistakes over and over. So yeah, it's the worst feedback ever to be like, why don't you just make it good? I think I've gotten one of these. Yeah, Stout Nail. I have not. Oh, cool. All right, unlock the Stouter. Super Demon Head. Life tap. No thanks. I think you can take certain feedback really the wrong way if you have a bad attitude. So players in general should be expected to have bad attitudes because they're very passionate about whatever game you're making. It's kind of like good if they're passionate about the game you're making. a lot of games people make no one cares about. But you do get a rough one for that, and because when people are passionate about it, they're mean to you. Sometimes they mean to be, and sometimes they don't, but they will be. Sort of like content creators, I guess. And the feedback content creators receive. Very often pretty negative. But I feel like you either have a good attitude about it or a complete bitch baby attitude about it. And neither of them are required to succeed. You can have either attitude and succeed. But I feel like you should be able to, not only should you be able to, but you should really want to, and strive to find good ideas and good advice wherever they may be, even if the person who is issuing them to you is rude. I don't know, kind of a sign of maturity. But I suppose it's incentives. It's like, if you're super rude and give feedback, do you really want your feedback to be taken to heart? If you were optimizing for your feedback to be taken to heart to make your game that you like good, then you probably wouldn't be rude. Just to maximize the chances of your advice being taken. But then also, if your intent was to create the best game and someone has really good advice, but they're rude, you would take it, even though they are rude. So I guess it kind of cuts both ways in a certain respect. Don't you guys have phones? I'm not mad at that guy. For the record. I think that's one of the most wonderful gifts we've ever been given as an audience. What a wonderful thing. Because it was so gross. But we got to watch a man drown on stage and die. That's essentially what happened. We're watching someone tread water with cement shoes on live. You don't get to see that a lot. What's the new Terra Zone? Great Marsh. Guck. And it's not like he had the idea to make Diablo Immortal. He was just a fucking announcer guy. They set him up to like, he woke up. What was his name? The announcer guy who said, don't you guys have phones? I can't remember his name. But whatever executive at Blizzard came up with the idea of making Diablo Immortal essentially kidnapped that guy from his house. Like, he woke up in a book depository with a rifle in Texas. He was set up. There was no way out of that for him. Because his job was to announce Diablo Immortal. You can't. Like, it's just not going to go well. So the best thing he could do was issue the best meme ever live, and he did it. He could have just ignored it and talked over them, you know, not made a comment, and then it wouldn't have nearly been as memorable. Oh, never mind, we're canceling the game, like... I mean, it was also kind of a window into the way that people in their position might think you could do something like that, like a Like, why wouldn't they want this? The only reason an aging millennial Tool fan would be upset about a Diablo phone game, the only possible way they could be upset about that, right, is if they didn't have a phone. Because who wouldn't want a mobile slop Diablo game in the demographic of Diablo enjoying 35-year-old Tool fans, right? Like, the mind state. It's so good. It would be like being... It's almost crazy how wrong you can be about your own demo, in a way. Fire skills. Hey, alright. Any sorceresses want a fire skiller? It's free. It'd be like if id Software had a conference and they got up on stage and they're like, okay, who remembers Doom? And they'd wheel out John Carmack. Remember Doom? Just want to let you guys know, Doom guy is now in Fortnite. And then a bunch of like black t-shirt Metallica Ride the Lightning on it dudes are just like looking around. Like, huh? What? Half of them are mad and half of them don't know what Fortnite is. I've gotten all these already. Making a fire stork on ladder? Well, hey, alright. Not a ladder character, even though it probably should be. I'm here to introduce Doom Guy's skin from Marvel Rivals, only $45 with your Xbox Game Pass. We're partnering with Adobe to make Doom Creative Cloud. Finally. I always wanted to pay monthly. No feature updates at all. I just always wanted to pay monthly for my video game. You're right. Finally. Can you turn some features I use constantly into legacy features that hardly work? Is that cool? Is it okay if multi-threading has been out for 25 years and you still can't handle processors with different... Oh god, and the RAM? Hey, CS6 could do this, and CC26 can't. Why? Too much vibe coding, sir. It's a great product, sir. Can we get lighting effects back? No? Okay. Alright, export. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of meteor elements. There's a lot of elements in this video. Oh, word? This 10-minute video has a lot of elements in it. All right. We're rebooting Wolfenstein again as Wolfenstein Mobile. I mean, from a businessman perspective who doesn't care about games at all, that makes a lot of sense because they look at phone games, and phone games print infinite money and cost nothing to make. And the quality of the phone game seems to not matter at all. So I get why a businessman would want to do it. That makes perfect sense. A businessman is essentially just a wild animal. It does what comes naturally to it without a care in the world for anything. And as such, it is predictable. And you can't really hate them because they're just doing what comes naturally to them. You can't get mad at a deer for, you know, eating your corn in your field. That's what a deer does. Why do I just have a Tomb of Town portal in here? Okay. I guess that'll save me time on the next one. Ahem. I'm gonna be honest, haven't played any of the new Wolfensteins, and by new, I am old. So I mean like anything after Spear of Destiny in like 1992 or whatever. I haven't played any of the new ones. I don't know if they're good or not. I think a few of them were. People said they were. Couldn't tell you which ones. Mana Steel, Lightning Resist, Fire Resist, Magic Damage Reduced. This could be like a struggle ring for some melee who really needs particular resistances in mana. I know you always want AR on your ring, but it could be like a struggle ring. Mayhap. The rise of 21st century fascism being a Wolfenstein promotional ARG wouldn't be entirely implausible at this point. What's ARG? Might not be hip to the new terms, or old terms, for that matter. ARG. Action something game? Action role-playing game? Alternate reality game. Okay. I hadn't heard that before. But that is reasonably descriptive of a type of game or media. Like Jinro, for instance, would be an ARG if it was a game. Okay. Think Pokemon Go, but as pro... Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a counterfactual alternative history thing. You mean like a... like you hold the screen and it shows your room that you're looking at your room, but there's like a Pokemon in it? Okay, that's what you mean, yeah. I see. I was thinking setting and theme and stuff. Yeah, I get it. Ethereal. Oh, Sazabi. Hey. Mental Sheath. Sazabis, huh? Kinda neat. And then... Isn't Heart? Pokemon Go, but promotional. Problem view, the Wolfenstein depicts hardworking Americans in a negative light. Does Wolfenstein take place in America? Now? Like the modern ones? I suppose they might just keep the timeline moving forward, I'm not sure. Or is it just still Germany? Tomba too? Fuck Tomba. No offense, any Tomba enjoyers. Damn, look at how fast it is to pick up gems and stuff. Feel like I'm not wasting my time necessarily doing so. How nice. I wonder when that new car smell will wear off, but so far it hasn't. The pleasure of putting stuff in the stash right away. I should have got a town portal while I was there and I forgot to. Wasting precious seconds. Although I'm still running all over the place instead of teleporting, so I guess I'm fine with wasting precious seconds here and there. Ooh, Lumberin. Nice. Lummers. Ancient As. Another Minotaur. Whoops. There we go. Gothic sword? Is it the grandfather? No, it's Cloudcrack. What an interesting bad weapon this is. I like how they just threw stuff against the wall. I'm like, hey, we don't have a lot of time. What if this is cool? You out here granny shifting, not double clutching like you should. Never had your Enigma, yeah. Well, it's a class that doesn't want to telestomp. That's the thing. That's probably my explanation, besides just kind of chilling, I guess, but whenever I played on my Windy Druid for the longest time, I wouldn't even... I would like teleport instead of walk 1 foot. But it was a class that wants to telestomp everything, and that's how it plays. This class really doesn't. He's fragile. He can't just stand in the middle of groups. Like, he'll get blown up. And so I find myself walking around more. Flesh Renda. Dash Rendar? Maybe that's the explanation. I'm not sure. You mentioned in a sarcastic manner that the current right-winger couldn't decipher between Wolfenstein Nazis and themselves. I don't know. If we're in a... if we're in a hating Jews competition, I think the left wing wins right now. Which is interesting to think about. We're in some fucked up times, man. I'm not endorsing a side here. to be very clear. I want someone with the balls to choose a certain other country instead of the punching bag. The punching bag of Germans 100 years ago. What about some modern countries doing some similar things? They wouldn't dare. I guess it's got to be long over with before you start making Wolfenstein games, right? Can't be current. Oh, Nosferatu Squall. Cool. I don't know when I'd ever use this, and I already have one. Or socket, question mark? It is, huh, okay. Do I need another spirit? Maybe. If it rolls well. It's just in a HeyWoah band. Oh, well, he had a good run. Wait, double? Double 4-socket Monarch. Cool. Like, not what I was looking for, but... I mean, sure. Who doesn't want another spirit?
Stay a while and listen.
Or two. I only have one that rolled 35. I have a 32 faster cast rate on this guy. And I have a 35 on my other guy. So if I were to get another 35, that would be kind of cool. The FCR. Wait, where was I? I think we were actually done. Oh, I was up here. Oh yeah, it was the small charm I couldn't pick up. Elder Millennial game concepts. You could easily be captured by a FPS protagonist that sounds like Norm Abrams. Dude, we could design a game tailor-made in a laboratory to capture our demographic. Far Oasis and Maggot Lair. Nah. Unsurprisingly, not trying to go to the Maggot Lair exactly. Oh, he blew up immediately. What happened to him? Usually he takes a few hits. And he blew up. Poison over 5 seconds. Not exactly 451, but yeah, actually that's the choke point anyway, is the blue jewels. Actually, the real choke point is rubies, which I don't have a lot of. My Woodwright's Shop indie game. I still think if I could pitch it to somebody, it would be a big hit. It's Power Wash Simulator, except 40K. But it's like a story-driven, heavy narrative Power Wash Simulator where you're only ever in like a giant hull of a Space Hulk, and you're cleaning knights and stuff. Like you're on scaffolding and stuff, and you're just cleaning demon slime and orc filth off of knights. You're some servitor. You only ever see the repercussions of battle. You never actually do anything exciting necessarily. Later on in the game, like the story is happening kind of around you, but you're never really a part of it. You're always the aftermath. You know, the ship lands and the things are gone, and then you're just like chilling in the break room. So like you start on the ship, and then the ship lands, and then you're cleaning, and then you eventually go to like battlefields, and you're kind of like Wall-E, where you're on an ancient battlefield, or not even an ancient, maybe even a recent one or something, and it's your job to clean this battlefield. Like your guy's lost maybe, and you're a servitor, so you don't really have too much free will, and so you're just cleaning the Space Marine stuff that's all broken and destroyed on the battle anyway. And then new ones land and end up winning and then pick you up, and you're just cleaning stuff and kind of diegetically learning the story through that. Maybe you even end up doing something eventually, like making a decision or a choice based on things you've overheard and context clues you've discovered, and oh, while you were cleaning, you found this thing or that thing. And you end up not necessarily solving a mystery or anything, but you end up doing something special that saves the day. Yeah, kind of like Viscera cleanup detail, except it's a 40k progressive story where it starts out you're cleaning their machinery and their knights and stuff. And then eventually battlefields. Or the sleeping entombed guys. Stuff like that. Clean this tank before you succumb to radiation poisoning. Barbed club. The flesh render. You play that, earn your pittance of corpse starch as a survival mechanic. I forgot that it was called that. I don't know a lot about 40k. I would need to bring in a bunch of consultants, you know. Which would just be chat. Maybe an expert in the lore. Because Power Wash Simulator is a little bit like mowing the lawn. We can hit the same demo and the same type of brain. Demon skills. Just got back from digging out your car. Oh, from the snow, I'd imagine. The left has been insane recently. It's true, unfortunately. I liked it when the left was the smart ones. Hey, luckily there's no alternative. We need more than just 2 parties. That's a pipe dream. I hate to be a downer. But there's just no way that'll ever happen. It's better to find some solution within it. I know it's just wishful thinking, and I'm not chiding someone for wishing things were better or things like that, but it is more useful to think about possible solutions than impossible ones. You have to live in the system we have. Got to do what you can, yeah, with what we have. Also because, like, if there ever were a third party that got a meaningful amount of votes ever, the likelihood that that third party would be a fake third party actually run by one of the other two is surprisingly high. Any Green Partiers? Like, just used as a tactic to steal votes from whatever other side. You can tell if a third party is fake by if they never do anything local and you only hear about them 6 months before a presidential election. You can also tell if a third party is fake is if those things are the opposite as well. But I'm pretty doomer about thirds. Each political party is an actual economy. Like, they're just an economy, right? They're so huge. And so entrenched. Oh wait, I already did that part. Which, I guess, is a reasonable criticism of them, right? That their main job is seemingly to stick around first, and anything else they say they want to do is clearly second, right? That would be a reasonable critique, is that seemingly their main job is just to stick around. And it is. Stick around meaning get reelected or whatever, what have you, right? However, there is a little bit of a failsafe. Keeping in mind that it is a little bit of a closed loop. But if they piss the people off too much, they will correct. They will correct or die. I think we'll be seeing some of that moving forward, and already started to. What about sea lining perfect world scenarios as a political ethos? I mean, that's fashionable. How fashionable of you. Without changing the voting system, inevitable third option would either die or subsume an existing party. Yeah. Could be. I guess the way that could happen, it wouldn't really happen, but the way that it could like philosophically happen is if there's some third party that happens to have extremely popular views in reality, not in like fake echo chambers and internet poster fucking forums and stuff, but like truly popular ideas that could align with one of the two, and then one of those two was just straight dying because their ideas were so shit and their implementation was so shit or whatever and their messaging was bad, that the party would simply shift to have more popular ideas, and it just so happened to be those two things lined up. But I don't think any of the people in the third party would be let in. So it would just be kind of a moral victory, if anything, based on kind of happenstance. I could see something like that. Yeah, you would vote progressive if only they didn't drink Pepsi. I'm more of a Dr. Pepper guy, but I've enjoyed a Pepsi here and there. Oh, speaking of, I think Dr. Pepper just eclipsed Pepsi as the number 2. Eat shit Pepsi, no offense. But eat shit for life. Coke's still king. No kings except Coke. You literally can't taste the difference. bootlicking Pepsi cell can't tell the difference, he says. Somebody cancel him. Somebody take his job and livelihood away. Anyway, vote Coke. I am not seeing a lot of Thunder Malls. Could it be that I've hidden them and I've been doing this whole thing for nothing? That would be... There's no way. There's no way. Okay, we're safe. I've just gotten unlucky, that's all. I wasn't screwing myself from the t=1. Holding out for the Josta party and we need the Crystal Pepsi party, the Shasta party, all the like what's that stupid ass soda? Oh, Fago. Level 1 tornado, huh? Dr. Thunder, Moon Mist Party. You knew you would eventually get canceled for something. Your cola takes weren't on the radar. Well, you'd be surprised. It'll happen to everybody eventually. We're probably sleeping on Fago being the cure for cancer in this timeline. Well, we'll see. If ICP lived to like 120, we'll know. We'll secretly know. Sorry that... What was it? Sorry that we tricked you. Parenthetical, we know the cure to cancer, brand new hit. We knew the prophets and we despised them. Have you seen the ICP crowd? I have, yeah. They're like they're just carnies. That's it. They're carnies who like even worse music than normal carnies. There's almost no difference between a carny at a Ren fair and ICP fans. More kids, I guess. Like, surprisingly not that dangerous. Like, as far as gruesome subcultures go, there are ones that I would cross the street sooner you know, than ICP fans. I just imagine they're like really, like they're really weird and kind of dumb. But they probably mean well. They just like really bad music. I don't know. Maybe I'll do an expose. I'll do a 3-hour YouTube expose. And it'll be like the Guy Fieri comeback where everybody hated Guy Fieri. And then they're like, no, this guy just likes spicy food and shit. And he looks weird. And it's sort of a costume, right? And he got a lot of hate and he didn't really deserve it. I'll do one about juggalos. Where it's like, these people are mostly harmless. And maybe it'll be a testament to how bad things have become, but it's like, yeah, they're mostly harmless, you know, they like bad music, but whatever. A lot of people like bad music, you know, there's country western fans out there. There's pop fans out there. And I imagine a decent percentage of them are like, they just got in early on the ironically liking something trend. So I don't know, maybe they're ahead of their time a little bit. God forbid a guy like Frosted Tips and demolish hot dogs, am I right? Maybe there's some overlap. Frosted Tips and Jinko jeans of the Juggalo and Frosted Tips of Guy Fieri. Was he a prophet? I'm gonna make like a magic card where, you know, it's like Thalia and the Gitrog monster. They just have like 2 people team up on a magic card. Borborygmos and Fibblethip, stuff like that. I want like Guy Fieri and Violent J. I think they would get along. Like, I could see them actually getting along and just being bros. From what Matt Yee has said about having to do one of their shows, he said their fans were ass. Aw, that's too bad. It's ruined my noble savage view of juggalos. Oh, man, all my ideas are shattered now. Because Matt Yee has first-hand experience. That's too bad. I had this whole fantasy built in my head, and it's ruined now. Still, it's better to know than not know. That's what I always say. I mean, that being said, if you went to a Guar show, you probably wouldn't be able to film very easily either. And your camera would get fake blood thrown at it. And puke. So maybe it's just a messy show. See, I'm still trying to hold on to my dreams here, but... yeah. Matt Yee was there. If people bring up ICP in the chat, he'll tell the story. How often does that happen? I've streamed for a long time. I don't know how many times ICP has come up, but I don't know, 2? Maybe it's a good go-to if it's one of your go-tos. Because, like, intrinsically, juggalos are funny. Oh, cicadas? I mean, 6% is worth keeping, I suppose. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Superior matriarchal bow. +1. Any Amazons in the chat? What do they use? Is it matriarchal? Is that the bow they want? I know they're looking for +3 on it. Cold fire and faster run walk. Like almost good. Ooh, the Kelpie snare. Swirling crystal? Hell yeah. Tal Rasha. It's worth keeping, maybe. Yo, nice loot. Nice loot. Matriarchal is for ice. Great. Grand Matron bow is for faith. Okay. I don't know how sought after they are exactly or how common, but if somebody is randomly trying to play one, it'd be nice to just have a bow and be like, oh, here you go, buddy. I think I have a faith somewhere, but I think I made it in a shadow bow because it's for a mercenary. Or a diamond bow or something. I don't know. It was for a mercenary so I could get fanaticism to some melee guy a million years ago. The knout. GMB +3 is high rune. Oh, okay. So it's worth something. You played offline for so long, you're not sure what prices are anymore? I mean, I don't know what prices are anymore either. I used to do a lot of trading, but I don't so much anymore. I just like keep stuff in case people want it. That's the kind of where I'm at. Obviously, if I was doing ladder, I would need to really get back into trading. Flawless Rube. That being said, offline used to be almost the only reasonable way you could try to get a grail. Just because it saves the layout of the places you're farming and being able to P8 stuff easily. Which is annoying. I wish they would let you do that in these games. Like, I wish I could type players 8 on Battle.net. I understand that it's multiplayer and I could just invite people to my game, but I feel like they have to know that no one does that. Unless you're doing bail runs or something. Would you recommend ladder or just regular for a new player? I feel like you might as well play in ladder. So ladder is essentially an economy reset. Although that doesn't really matter too much in D2. It doesn't matter nearly as much in D2R as it does in something like Path to Exile, where the economy reset is almost like single-handedly so important that you want to do it. Because prices of everything just go insane after 2 weeks. To the point where you kind of just can't really get anything. In D2R, it's sort of like whatever. You might as well go to ladder. I don't see too much of a downside to it. It has new rune words if you care about that or will eventually get them. It's where the most people are probably going to be playing for a little while. The fact that people bought ladder kind of invalidates your own farming on ladder or online. Yeah, I suppose it does in a certain respect. There's something special about finding something, though. For things you can reasonably try to find, right? Like, I've been trying to find a 4-socket Thundermaul this whole time. And I just happen to not have found one, but the chances are actually pretty good. You know, ethereal maybe not, but and I kind of like being a Battle.net character because if somebody's like new or also happens to play, I can just give them stuff. And that's fun. I believe after ladder, your character gets rolled into the normal thing anyhow. Oh, good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I guess you could play the same character from wherever if you had a stream deck. Or some other equivalent. Oh, hey, speaking of, a Great Maul. Which is the wrong difficulty, but it's the type I'm looking for. Oh, Schaefer's, I mean, Ironstone. What are these, laying on hands? What an absurd item laying on hands were. I almost wish they didn't exist because there's so many good alternatives that are just blown away by 350%. Plus attack speed. Oh no, this is Horizon. Oh, cool, it's the new set. Hey, forget I said that. Stiletto, nothing on it. Grand Charm. Gold. You think you would play online if you didn't have a bunch of old saves from D2X? Online character saves not deleting like they did in D2X. Yeah, it is really nice. What was it, like a 90-day rotation, I think? They would flush out your characters. I lost a lot of cool characters. Just not like playing for a while. Did they do a backwards compatibility thing with D2R? If you happen to have your old saved character file? think I have these already. Yeah. 128. 128, 14. 119, 14, 30. Okay, so these are just worse. Yep. Okay. I think Horizons is a cool set. Looking forward to finding the rest of it. Jail level 1, no thanks. It's more of a blaster build area. Have you seen Takake show? What happened? Am I Googling this? He lost like 250 pounds. Oh, good for him. You gotta, man, you have like when you retire, you have like 2 roads ahead of you. And a surprising number of them just lose a shitload of weight, and it's great to see. Oh, hell yeah, he looking good. Unrecognizable, you love to see it. Man, I haven't kept up. When's the next Basho? I wonder if that Ukrainian guy is gonna keep slamming. Oh, the saves are compatible. Cool. I figured that's the kind of thing they would want to do. What is it? Something something rhythm? Alters rhythm, yeah. Ooh, golden ring? Attack rating? Dual leech? Well, it is attack rating. And some resists. Fire resist is actually pretty nice. Fire resist is typically the most sought after resist, but it's for an interesting reason. You would think the reason would be because fire damage is the most common damage or something like that, but that's not the case. Fire resist is the most sought after because Spirit doesn't have fire resist on it. What an interesting reason. And so many people use Spirit that you're just down 35 FR compared to the other resists. See, cold, lightning, poison. And so many people use spirit because it's so good that everyone needs more fire resist than normal. The whole rune word system is like almost perfect. It works very well. I like the idea of the rune word system as a not necessarily catch-up gear, but because I guess you're not really catching up necessarily. It's just like what's a good word for it? Starter endgame gear. Like it's definitely endgame gear, but it's like starter endgame gear. It's just a few of the rune words are a little too good. Spirit, Grief, Enigma. If the best rune words were a little worse, and then the rare and unique replacements were a little better, and maybe a little less rare. Particularly for the rares to be good, it would be perfect. Because you'd farm a bunch of runes and find a bunch of runes, and then you craft your starter endgame stuff. You know, you get your spirit, you get your whatever, and then that sets you up for the infinite finding the perfect rares grind. That would be the ideal. Can you elaborate on what you prefer about D2 versus 3 and 4? You started with 3 and enjoyed it, but the internet seems to absolutely hate it. And now D4 for becoming like it in some ways. It's sort of like just a completely different game. A lot of people don't like, in retrospect, they don't like 3 and 4 because they played 1 and 2. And the games were very much one thing, and then they took the hardest left turn ever and just flew off a cliff. Like they're just very, very different. And it's in that difference that people are mad. Sort of like why so many people don't like D&D 4th edition. It's a fine rule system, 4th edition D&D. Just very much not D&D, and it's nothing like 3rd. And so if it was called something else, it would probably be more loved. The things I really, really like about Diablo 2, I'm gonna like... This is in no particular order, but it's like the top 5 best parts to me about D2. Is the simple, kind of campy, but very satisfying story and progression through the campaign. Talent trees with synergies. The rune word system. How excellent the itemization is. The fact you can get stuff early and keep it forever. The fact that it's not all about eye levels and level 90 gear is just better than level 89 gear and so on. How it's not that Excel spreadsheet kind of treadmill. The fact that not very much loot drops, but it's meaningful and there's a use for all of it almost. And none of those things were carried forward into Diablo 3. In my opinion. Also, the art and the aesthetics were very different in D3 in a way that I didn't prefer. 4 gets it back. 4's art's great. But the itemization is still, like, all wrong. It technically has a talent tree, but not really. Oh, I like target farming too. And killing bosses and stuff. Over and over for specific loot and things like that.
Good day.
I think killing something and having like an explosion of 7 million drops that all don't matter. You're just like casting a net and bringing in like 300,000 tuna fishes and they're all just worthless. And you push a button and transform all of them into arcane dust. And once you have 7,000 arcane dust, you can re-roll an item. Like I don't like that. It was big for a lot of people, too much like WoW. Yeah, but this is where it kind of gets inbred a little bit because World of Warcraft is Diablo. Like, think about Gloves of the Whale and Gloves of the Monkey and Gloves of the Ape and just the itemization of WoW. It came from Diablo 2 directly. World of Warcraft was 75% EverQuest and 25% Diablo 2 smashed together and made into an MMO. And then Diablo 3 was kind of like taking World of Warcraft and making it more like a mainline Diablo game. I think they divided by 2 too many times or something like that. I really don't like it's all about main stat, you know, even a wizard, you're just, here's energy, it's intelligence, you just need the highest intelligence you possibly can. Break points are gone, those things were fun. Stat points are gone, that was fun. Yeah, where you put your stat points is solved, but I liked to solve it, that was a fun part, you know. It was neat that Melee cared about weapon stuff and wizards cared about skills, and some classes don't care about plus the skills. Most classes do. But yeah, what I really don't like about it is the incremental progression itemization thing. That's something special that Diablo has that basically every other ARPG is doing it the WoW way, and probably will forever. This level 90 equipment has this eye level, which means its item budget is this, and so the 4 stats that you're looking for are higher on the level 90 thing, and then you get to 92, and you're trying to find the perfect thing with the 4 stats you want, but the stat numbers are higher because the item level is higher because you're higher, and you're just like replacing all of your gear is the same, it just has slightly higher numbers on it every few levels, and so you're sort of like collecting your perfect set 30 times. And oh, critical hit is too good, so we gotta spread it out into 2 stats instead of 1 stat. We're gonna have it be crit and crit percent. And we gotta put cooldowns on everyone's abilities for some reason, so that we can introduce a stat called cooldown recovery, and that'll make your cooldowns faster so you can then press your buttons faster. And then here's your 30-second cooldown and your 5-second cooldown, and that's where a lot of the builder spender stuff started to become in vogue, which I really don't like in ARPGs. I actually don't like, as far as ARPGs are concerned, I don't like builders and spenders, and I don't like cooldowns. I think both of them are, I don't want to say wrong, because there's a ton of ways to make a game, but not to my liking. I really like rotations. I really like rotations in WoW, and I really like builder spenders in WoW. And I like cooldowns in WoW. I really don't like it in ARPGs. And they're like, oh, you can only use this many skills at once. No, just let me use whatever I want. It's fine. So I guess I have a lot of gameplay and itemization complaints, as well as getting rid of some of the best ideas I think Diablo had, which is talent trees and the runeword system. And it was weird to cast those aside when they were some of the main claims to fame, I think. I'm not saying games like PoE 2 are perfect or anything, but I prefer them to modern Diablos. Although, I mean, yeah, I got plenty of complaints with how PoE does it as well. But they're, you know, they're doing their own thing. That's their vision, that's fine. One of the things that Path of Exile 2 has, in my opinion, like, just about totally lost is the concept of things that drop. Like, a thing drops that you have been looking for, and you're like, oh, sweet. It's the thing that I wanted, and it dropped from the boss, and now I will use it. That's like, that doesn't exist. It's just currency. Basically nothing can possibly drop that you'll ever care about. I mean, there's like Mirror Invictus and some Insano Chase thing, but in general, you're just looking for currency drops 100% of the time always. Because there's no finding anything, there's just trading for it or crafting it. And to me, that's a little sad. I like things that drop to matter, instead of just infinite currency to build your own stuff. This is actually pretty good, but not good enough. Also, I think the layouts are a lot worse. I think the maps and layouts, I know Act 3 sucks, I get that. But like the dungeons in D4 are just big straight lines. And they tried to have one singular branching path and everybody was mad until they changed it. Like when I think of a dungeon in a game, like, okay, Theorist of Hate. This is a dungeon. You zone in. Teleport all over the place. Look at it. Look at this. I'm stunned. Okay. Yeah. Like it's actually just a giant cube. It's a giant square. The map is a big square with shit everywhere. With a bunch of open wall areas that you can just go to and try to memorize the patterns in. I think this is objectively superior to a hallway that turns left. I was thinking about consuming, and then this fucker ran right on top of my mouse. We gotta be careful. If I push that button and kill him, I gotta fucking farm for him again. That son of a bitch. He tried to do it to me, but I was ready. I was ready for his hijinks. He wants to die. But I won't let him. He has more to serve. It's more about, yeah, I guess it is more about exploration. It's also about letting you do what you want. Like, I want to go in here and personally just stomp the elites and fuck off. Or I want to get to, Duriel as fast as I can, kill him, and fuck off. There's too many, like, artificial, you have to do this instead kind of stuff. I would like to choose what I want to do. I want to build a character with as much magic, gold find as possible, and then go to Travancore and kill it over and over. Like, you zone in. All right, here's Travancore. It's right next to 9 bosses. Look at this. And they drop loot. They're bosses and they drop loot, and they're right next to the checkpoint, and they're right next to the, like, zone-in place. Oh, look at that. I got a Isenhart's case or whatever. Yeah. I'll get a topaz, a whole bunch of gold. Nice. Exit the game. Go right back in. On my little man here. I can go back to Travancore and kill 7 bosses again. Dude, if this was a modern Diablo game, this is... You can't do this. Like, you can't just zone in and kill 7 bosses and get their loot. In fact, you can't kill a boss again. It wouldn't drop anything. Because it'd be too easy to farm. You would just get loot. Like, okay, and? Like, that's fun. Let me do it. It means that the items these guys drop will be common and maybe not worth much. Okay. You know, that's fine. Instead of like, oh, everything is the den of evil. You have to kill every monster in there, otherwise you don't unlock the last boss guy in it. How come? Well, Otherwise, the player would just teleport to the end as fast as they could and then kill the boss. Well, why would they teleport to... Why would they skip all those other monsters and just kill the boss? Well, because we made it so that those other monsters are worthless to kill. Well, what if instead of making those other monsters worthless to kill, they had a point instead of requiring you to kill them and waste your own time with trash mobs? Like, to me, it's like the opposite. It's, well, we'll force you to do the content that has no rewards so that you get the reward at the end. Well, what if you made us want to do it, though? Like the opposite. But this isn't like Blizzard, I guess. This is sort of like, you know, this is kind of like accepted modern game design is just kind of how, this is kind of how it is. I'm not like necessarily shitting on Blizzard or D4 or D3 really. I just happen to disagree with their direction they went. But this is kind of like the standard way to make games. Like, you level up, there are eye levels, you know. You care about main stat. All these things are pretty standard practice. But they're standard practice because it's easier to make. And to a certain degree, players have gotten used to it just being that way. Like, that's how things are. But it's really just because it's easier to make. It's easier to make an algorithm that says how strong something should be if you plug in some numbers and levels. And then you create this distribution curve of this is the relative damage we expect at this relative level of character, and now we can balance all the monsters around that without actually doing so. It's just like this thing does, and oh, if it turns out you're a little too strong early on, well, we could just change the number of that curve a little bit, and now at that level there's a little hump or something like that. It's mostly because it's easier. And they did that kind of stuff back then as well. I like my games a little homemade, I guess, instead of in a wrapper from the factory, even if it means they're a little janky. Age played. Quehigan's Wisdom. +1 all skills. Faster cast rate. Faster hit recovery. Huh. I don't think I've ever gotten this thing. Kind of the skin of the mage I like. Pan flute and amen break really grows on you after a while. Hell yeah. Three-socket totemic mask. That requires so much stuff. Brain hue. I actually need those keys back. Thanks. I clicked on that guy already. Okay. Well, as it happens, it seems like time has crept up on me here. We're 4.5 hours into the stream. Hey, I appreciate watching and chilling on this fine Monday. Some D2 and apparently N64 music. And PS1. Thanks for hanging out. I gotta get. Later in the week, content. Potentially featuring the mods, we'll see. Keep an eye out on Discord. Thanks for the subs and the bits. D2 is fun. Didn't find the 4-socket Thundermaul. In fact, 0 Thundermauls of any sort dropped the entire time. Unlucky. Next time for sure. Anyway, TYVM, see you later this week.